Это сюда, да? Сюда. Сюда. Надо вот так пройти сюда. А, можно вот. А, ни хрена тут заперто, блядь. Ладно, сейчас мы. Так. Вот так. А, что там? Все здоровы. Что за херь? Мразота, блядь. Мразь. Да, стреляет, блядь, в другую сторону, нахуй. Попадает, блядь. Пиздец. Блядь, а где еще один был? А, вот тут. По-моему. Так, а мне надо сейчас... А, ну по прямой. Что тут такое? А, ну я тут уже был. Так, мне надо... Я прошу. Сюда, да? Да. Ух ты, блядь. Так, вниз. Тогда мне надо вот так пройти. Так, выйти сюда, значит, блядь, закрыто. Ну да. А чё тяжело? А, вот она.
Good evening, Zhang.
Wangsha?
What are you doing with your time now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to help the poor and sick of the neighborhood by handing out medicine.
That's very challenging. But why do it at night?
I've noticed that the most desperate people tend to go out after dark. Hence my presence, to help them when I can.
Giving out medicine? How can you afford to do that?
I am a rich widow, Dr. Reed. My departed husband left me enough money to last the rest of my life. I can spend some on those who don't have any.
Why don't you move to a better neighborhood?
I thought about it, I confess. To go back to the same empty home every day still hurts me a lot.
Why stay here then?
I am a woman of habit, Dr. Reed. And for now, I am happier being useful in a familiar place than I would be anywhere else.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
My only relief is that my Matthew died before seeing the madness that approaches. I'm afraid we won't survive this trial, Dr. Reed.
How do you feel now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to follow your advice, sir. I won't forget the dead, but my efforts will be for the living.
I've no doubt that is a wise and useful attitude in this part of town.
To be completely honest with you, I'm also doing this for myself. If I'm destined to survive this epidemic, I need my life to have some purpose.
Do you still think about your departed husband?
Of course I do. I'll never forget my beloved Matthew, but how do I put it? Now I miss him more than I want him back.
I know what you mean. And I think it means you're getting better.
Maybe death will take me the way it took Matthew. Without warning and without mercy. But until then, I live on.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't feel good, Dr. Reed. Not at all.
You should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
Так.
Goodbye for now.
А этот тип находится здесь. Блять, а что ему надо? Так, это подлечили. Тут что? Ну-ка, вот задание, значит. А это где его искать? Ну-ка, погнали. Потом тогда сюда.
Good evening. Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Tell me everything. Who is you say?
Well,
Are you
don't
How is this?
care.
There isn't.
You're
That's
stop.
goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
I'm cheap and I'm clean.
Так, нам правильно сюда.
Stupid newborn!
Пиздец. Пизду нахуй, чмо ебаное, блять, какое-то.
Stupid newborn! You're feeble!
Блять, ебануться. Да, блять. Мразь. С этих падает. Да. Угу. Давай. Блять. Так, это куда? Не туда.
Over there! There's one of them vermin! Watch it! It's a kid!
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
It cannot be safe for a blind man to live here alone. Let me enter, sir. I swear I mean you no harm.
Well, a voice never lies, and yours clearly is the voice of a gentleman. All right, Doctor, come on in. Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
It's locked.
Привет, Марин. Ну да. Ну тут, когда ты умение прокачиваешь, оно сразу и левел капает.
So what is the name of my nocturnal visitor?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. As I already explained to you, I'm inquiring about the epidemic.
Dr. Reed, the eminent surgeon. My God, I'd never have expected a brilliant physician like you to knock on my door.
You flatter me, sir.
No, sir, I am flattered. I read all your work when I still had my sight. I loved it. I'm Mason Swanborough, by the way.
Do you know Braille, Mr. Swanborough?
I'm no expert, but I learned it in my spare time, yes. Why?
I found a strange document entitled Cure for Blindness. It's written in Braille, so I thought perhaps it was yours.
Really? Is that some kind of sick joke? Let me see.
Here it is.
This letter seems authentic. And it actually refers to an experimental cure for blindness. You have piqued my interest, Dr. Reed.
Could it be of any use to you?
No. This page is just a part of a larger diary. I'd be glad if you could find the other pages.
And what else have you learned about me, Mr. Swanborough?
I know you assisted Professor Carell in France, and that you invented a new blood transfusion method based on his work.
Yes. Those were frustrating but exciting days. I loved it.
Yes, the thrill of research and discovery. This is what drives people like us, Dr. Reed. Oh, how I envy you.
Does someone take care of you in this isolated place?
My sister Loretta and I have our daily routine. Every morning and evening she comes by so we can talk and eat. Then she leaves and I stay.
Do you not appreciate your sister's visits?
Loretta is the best and worst thing that happened to me. And I believe she could say the same thing about me.
Where does your sister go?
Well, let's just say, she earns enough money for us both.
What's so amusing about that?
I won't hide the truth from you. Loretta sells a fake miracle elixir to the sick people of Whitechapel.
О, информация есть.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
I hear them hissing and scratching at my door every night. The sick made mad by the fever. But these walls are thick, and my lock is solid.
Ничего, у меня больше нету, да?
This diary,
Really?
I would need more.
Here is the...
No.
Оказывается, было. Он слепой. Так.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
Да, только это странно. Он слепой, но, блин, когда дверь открывал, якобы он видел, кто стоит. И все понимают, что у них развит слух и это. И на запахе. Он так он разговаривал, будто стоит и видит меня. Так, тут вроде все. Опять? Блять. Ну что ты, блядь, делаешь, на? Раз это. Так я это все отнес же. Че на мне показывает задание, типа, есть? А, блин, дай вернусь. Подлечить же его надо. Тут.
Good evening, Mr. Swanborough.
Is it you, Dr. Reed? Please come in. What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour? What can I do?
Ну а чё она показывает, что задание есть? Бред,
You seem
блядь.
unwell, sir. Do you need my assistance?
Actually, I feel worse than usual. Can you give me something?
Yes. I can give you a little something that has been proven effective.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
Так. Странно, бля. Что у него?
Good evening.
How are
I
you? And you're not
empty.
А, тут все закрыто. Ну да.
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening.
Shane,
Одна не хватает.
How are the conditions?
we're not.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself and
The disease upon us is not an accident.
good evening.
It's
Tell me the reason why you despise Joseph Larrabee so much, Tobias.
a faithless shepherd is the worst criminal, for he leads his flock to the abyss by disregarding the right path. God smote this man, for he doubted.
I only met him briefly, but he seemed a dedicated man who tried to provide guidance.
Do you not believe in punishment, my son? I am not talking about the law of men. I am talking about judgment from heaven.
I believe in the logical and factual organization of everything in the universe. God, if he exists, is just a principle waiting to be discovered.
Armageddon is upon us, Dr. Reed. The final battle where every soul will be weighed. I'm afraid yours will burn for a long time.
How is the...
Don't you?
Тут все тоже.
I have...
Так.
You again?
А, подсказка надо.
How is...
I'm not eating. You again?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Кажется, у него. Во. То, что надо. Так, тут тоже все. Тут все.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis. I'll come back when only one person's in. I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Блин, во, все, отвлеклись.
Good evening, Harry. May I come in?
Sure. Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Подсказка надо.
Have you any...
No, Pete.
Goodbye, young.
Even my dreams are soaked with glue.
It's locked, all right.
Так, а где еще одна торгашка? По прямой. А тут что такое? А, я тут был уже. Угу. А, вот тут, да, она стоит. Так.
Good evening.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers, who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
Well, as it is a placebo of sorts, perhaps it may have some positive effect.
See? You have to admit I'm doing some good. The Swanborough family is not poisoning anybody, Doctor.
Loretta,
The Swan...
a
medical...
Well,
See?
how is the
When people...
Так, это нам не надо, а тут что у нас? Блять, что за бред?
Good evening, my dear colleague.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Понял.
When science fails you,
Что это за тип ходил?
give you faith again.
И где он?
Cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Вот.
Good evening, Ben.
I'm afraid.
How a A gun? Good evening, Xiaoshu.
晚上好, Doctor.
Ничего, ну.
Goodbye.
Ладно. Это мне сейчас сюда. Сюда, да? Угу.
How are you?
I'm not.
Goodbye, young. Good evening, Benjamin.
А, ты с ним не разговаривал. Хер он быстрый. Что пацаненку успел дайте. Так, теперь мне... Все правильно. Бля, ну да ну нахер, ну и что теперь? Как мне попасть сюда? Через верх.
All your problems. As long as you have the money.
А, это ж все, я вспомнил. Это нам не надо.
Mr. Bates. How are the way this? Goodbye, Mr.
Так, прямо, да? Бля, падла. Ага, а нам надо как раз таки туда и надо. Блядь, это и тут закрыто.
I cannot enter.
Один только вариант сюда, с этой стороны зайти. Да, опять упыри. Нам надо вот этого первым делом. Так, теперь нам надо туда.
Safer places to be than here. Over there! There's one of them birds.
Так, теперь... Угу. О, точняк. Улучшить можно будет. Да вот это, блин. Сколько надо, подожди. Я понял.
You must prepare, child, for the earth is bleeding and the harvest is upon us.
Stay away, whoever you are.
This is no time for petty quarrels, my champion. Can you not hear? The famished queen has awoken.
I am not your champion.
But of course you are, son. As surely as you are the blood of my blood.
I had to kill Mary.
I have known your pain, child. Do not succumb to...
Silence! I dismiss you, now!
The land calls for a champion. All and everyone needs you.
Silence!
Надо через эту, да, все правильно было идти. Так, сейчас покурю, схожу. Сейчас вернусь. Так, а тут бы не запутаться. А что в этом дворике? А, ребята отдыхают. А, стамины нет. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Ну и куда ты, блядь? Дай мне чуть отъесть ее. Вот и все. Ничего, у меня не выпало и этого ничего. Так, дай-ка вспомнить. Это у нас... Понял. А, тут я-то дошел. Блин, я же открывал эту мусорку. Так. И эту открывал. А, ну тут. Так, стоп. А, тут не открыть.
It's locked.
Угу.
I have this thirst for blood.
They want war. I'll show them war.
Whatever this poor woman did, nobody deserves this kind of thing. It's locked, all right.
Сейчас настучишься, сейчас. Ну ты попадешь или нет сегодня? Так, а что у нас тут идет? А, ну по кругу, да? Погнали тогда. Блять, этот. Ух, я его шотнул почти. Там вампир. А тут тупик, да? А, нет. Стоп.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Снайпер, блядь. На. Всё. Ух ты, засада. Мразь, мразь, мразь. Пойдем сюда сходим, потом вернемся. Один хер туда идти. Так, нам надо сюда. Сюда можно. Так, это... Угу, давай туда, тогда закоулок свой. Потом вернемся. А, тут не открыть. На, поешь. Ой, бля, пиздец. Попал, бля. Напоследок. Все. Смерть. Нет, еще живой. Так. Это не открыть. Там что-то мигало, подожди. Не сюда. Шел отсюда. Ну, давай тут сейчас посмотрим, что можно сразу так поставить еще. Это не открыть.
So this is where she lives. What a splendid house.
Bloody leech! You'll pay for this, youngling!
А, ну там я пробегал, да? Как я понял. Ну да. Угу. Еще один, да? Угу. Я только встал, если что, блядь. Прикольно, блядь. Писту. Так. Тут... О.
This is despicable.
Ё-моё. Блять, стамина кончилась. Да у них, да, блин, за них мало дают, вот в чем фишка. Тут за задания дают. Опыта много. И за сюжетную, ну. Специально сделано, чтоб... Куда ты пошел, да? Так, что у нас дальше? Так, ну тут как все, да? А, тут еще проход. Наверное, закрыт. Ну да. Все верно. Стоп. Они у этих вампиров еще, ну, которые люди, они там отличаются. Одни вызывают, короче, эту голограмму такую же, бля. А другие там щит на себя навешивают. Да еще не раскачан, был бы раскачан. А, ну я сюда пройти не могу. Ну да. Тогда погнали по сюжету.
Dr. Reed, welcome. How are you?
As good as one can be, considering the circumstances.
Yes. Death and affliction seem prevailing themes of late. Please, come in. We have much to discuss.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Not at all. Actually, I was counting on you visiting me tonight.
How strange, this painting. Beautiful, melancholic, yet with a haunting dignity.
Indeed. A long time ago, a friend asked me to paint this for him. But I kept it in the end.
I did not know you were a painter, my lady.
There are many things you do not know about me, young Ekon.
Stop calling me that.
Please excuse my behavior, Jonathan. I tend to tease my friends when uneasy.
What is bothering you, my lady? Your letter was quite alarming.
We will talk about this in a few minutes. For now, I would like you to tell me about yourself. How have you been since we last met, my friend?
I came to the conclusion that my maker, whoever he might be, must be a powerful vampire. Certainly extremely old.
How have you reached this conclusion?
He is the only immortal I've seen appear in an ethereal form. His voice, his words seemed ancient. It was disturbing.
I am afraid you are right. The simple fact that your blood made Mary such a strong Ekon proves that you must be of ancient lineage.
I felt this power radiating like an aura every time he appeared.
Most ancestral vampires of England were killed by the Guard of Prewen half a century ago. I wonder who your maker could be.
You have no idea who he could be?
Some of the ancient ones fled England. Some may still be in hiding. All I know is you, my friend, are a pawn in some secret and obscure game of chess.
My sister Mary. She was made a vampire in the same way I was. She was the one killing all those people everywhere I went.
Vengeance is a powerful force for those betrayed. Made vampire through careless error. Victims by surprise.
I swear I did not intend that. If only I had known then how vampires are created.
That is the scientist speaking. In truth, most of us do not know how it really works. Personally, I make sure my prey will not return to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I am merciless, Jonathan. I only feed on the dying, and I make sure they are dead before leaving their remains.
In the end, she implored me to put an end to her misery. But still, I felt I had taken her life twice.
I am so sorry for my accidental cruelty. Had I known your dear Mary was still alive, I would never have sent you to pray for her soul in that church.
There is no need to apologize, my lady. Your words have been most helpful in these difficult times.
Thank you, my friend. If only we could have guided your poor sister through her terrible nightmare.
I think I should ask the questions, your ladyship. After all, it was you who invited me to settle this most urgent of matters.
Fair enough, Jonathan. The situation is critical. We do not have the luxury for etiquette.
Please do not misunderstand me. I would be delighted to discuss mundane matters and idle trivialities.
If we survive the dark nights to come,
Спасибо, Марин.
for now,
Подайте Христа ради, червонец золотой.
I must say, your house is exquisite.
one of the advantages of living forever is having the time to be selective with one's furnishings. I took the liberty of having tea served.
You can still drink tea.
Can't keep it down, but I do so enjoy the aroma. Let us toast to make-believe. And of course to your health, Jonathan.
And to yours, my lady.
Please.
Охуеть, попила чай. Нюхнула что-то, блин.
So, my lady, why truly did you invite me here?
I've been asked to deliver an official invitation to meet the Ascalon Club.
Who are they? Really?
They are the embodiment of vampire law in Britain. Some say they influence the destiny of the Empire. Some believe they merely protect it.
How many are they?
Only a small number of powerful and deceitful immortals. All of them entangled in a sticky web of shadow cabinets, influencing trade.
Will they fight the guard of Priwen?
I doubt it. Fergal was Lord Redgrave's executioner forever and a day. By defeating that beast, you deprived them of a powerful weapon.
Why use you to contact me?
Because they know we are close. The Ascalon Club has many spies. Their main occupation is gathering information and then deciding how to use it.
Have they threatened you in any way?
Not at all. Their message surprised me at first. But it is only logical, considering the critical situation in London.
Why not ask for your help? Since you are obviously a powerful and influential immortal yourself.
You have to understand that I am invisible to the eyes of Ascalon, for I am a woman. That suits me well, as long as they leave me alone.
Should I trust them?
Of course not. Do not misunderstand me. They can be very useful, but I believe their long-term goals differ from yours.
Why meet them then?
Because nothing truly important can be achieved in this city without their consent. They could be powerful allies in this current situation.
Should I lie to them?
We all lie, Jonathan. It falls to you to choose your behavior. The most important rule is to show them due respect.
They have done nothing but impede my investigations since I became known to them. Why would they want to see me now?
I guess they now see you as Ascalon material. They must have found out what happened to your sister. Proof of the potent blood flowing through your veins.
I'm not sure I can accept their invitation. I have seen their handiwork. How Fergal the Beast imposed the club's law.
You have no choice, Jonathan. Even I would not openly defy Lord Redgrave, the chairman of the Ascalon Club.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave? Who is he?
Lord Redgrave is the founder and chairman of the Ascalon Club. Most mortals know him as the Earl of Bristol. He is rich and extremely influential.
Have you met him?
Only on rare occasions, for he never goes outside the club. And women are not awarded membership, even immortals.
How old is he? How long has he been a vampire?
Lord Redgrave claims to be the progeny of William Marshall, the most valiant knight who ever lived. If that is true, he could be very old.
How powerful is his reach?
The Ascalon Club may be the most influential secret society in England. Not all its members are immortals, but they are all very powerful.
They are not all immortals. How is that?
The club is mainly comprised of political figures who seek the safety and expansion of the Empire. The most loyal are awarded immortality.
Any familiar or famous names?
As the richest, most relentless British tycoon, Aloysius Dawson is considered ideal Ascalon material and has been watched for years.
If you are convinced I must meet him, I will heed your advice.
Thank you, Jonathan. I understand your reluctance to brush shoulders with London's vampire elite. But we have no choice.
Is the situation that critical?
Yes. The Guard of Prewen has called for a second great hunt of our kind. And they will stop at nothing to eliminate us.
Will the Guard of Prewen and the Ascalon Club fight each other?
I doubt it. If Prewen really launched a great hunt, I think most of the Econs I know would flee the country to escape the bloodbath.
I think I saw them kill an Econ on the way to your house. They seem to have a list with names.
To launch another great hunt, they must have collected intelligence on vampire identities and whereabouts. They are a resourceful lot.
Should we fight back? I will not be hunted down like an animal again.
I admire your courage, Jonathan. But the best way to fight them is to put an end to the epidemic. This is the only way to clear the air.
What is a great hunt?
The first great hunt was launched about 75 years ago. In just a few nights, the Guard of Prewen located and destroyed most of the old British vampires.
Why start a second one?
Prewen has always seen us immortals as a threat to mankind. My guess is they suspect one or more of us as the cause of the epidemic.
How did you survive the first hunt?
I fled, Jonathan. Like most vampires who survived that slaughter. And I secretly came back when I was sure they had lost my trail.
You should flee then. Leave London, the country even. I have seen the Guard in action. They are merciless.
Your concern warms my heart, Jonathan. But fear not. If the situation gets too dangerous, I shall retreat to my secret Scottish manor. I could hide you in my luggage, if you wish.
Thank you for the offer. I shall keep it in mind, but I have much to do here. There is a question I must ask you. Could Lord Redgrave be my maker?
I doubt it. If Lord Redgrave had made you his progeny, he would not have seemed so surprised when you demonstrated the strength of your lineage.
What is the plan?
The plan is we both try to save this city, you and I. Go to Ascalon, accept their proposition, and use their influence to promote your agenda.
How can I save London?
The epidemic is the priority. You must find its origin and put an end to it. This is the best way to solve the crisis.
What will you do?
I still have contacts and old friends in this town. I shall make some inquiries and attempt to learn more of the situation. We need clarity.
Will I ever discover the identity of my maker?
Maybe not, Jonathan. We know for sure you were made by a powerful vampire, but most of those fled England long ago.
Please forgive my bluntness, but I have to ask. Was it you? Did you make me?
Oh, Jonathan. I know you shall always have a gnawing doubt about who made you an immortal. But I swear, I had nothing to do with it.
You have no idea at all? You seem to know so many things about the secrets of the vampire underworld.
Even if I had my suspicions, I would not dare give you a name so soon. All I can say is this. I will make inquiries and keep you informed.
One day soon, I will have to find the answer to this mystery.
And I shall help you in your research, I promise. For now, you must go to the Ascalon Club and play their game.
Will I see you again at the Pembroke Hospital?
No, you will find me here if you need me. I shall conduct inquiries alone, and we can then share our discoveries.
Will you not visit Pembroke again?
No. I must remain discreet and avoid attracting attention to Pembroke Hospital for the time being.
But how will you sustain yourself?
I shall not, Jonathan. Fear not. I'm used to it.
Бля, диалога шли на полчаса.
When will we meet again?
As soon as you meet Lord Redgrave, I suppose. Fear not, my dear. I shall only be a heart's beat away.
I want to thank you for all your support and your help, my lady.
Could you do me a last great favor and call me Elizabeth?
I should be honored, my lady.
Then it is settled. Finally, some good news in these dark hours.
Thank you. I appreciate the advice. I had best prepare myself to meet this Lord Redgrave now.
How thrilling to meet the Earl of Bristol in the flesh, so to speak.
Something tells me you're not very keen on the man.
Don't get me wrong. The gentlemen of the Ascalon Club are honorable, but their attitude and opinions are somewhat antiquated.
I see.
As long as they deny access to female applicants, I will leave them to their antediluvian considerations as to the natural order of things. Jonathan, promise me you'll be careful.
Of course. But why the fear in your voice?
Look at me, Jonathan.
I am.
I mean, really look at me, young Ekon. We may be deceptive by nature, but this heart of mine has always told the truth.
Elizabeth.
Go, my friend. But come back to me soon.
Что залутать не дадут хатку ее. Жаль. Ну-ка, может, можно будет? Да. Не буду питаться кровью умирающих, а в итоге она питается кровью умирающих. Подожди, Шарлотта Эшбери. А, это в этом городе. Понял. Это дочка ее. Понятно.
It's locked.
Ключ надо. Ну и все, да? Так, это мы убираем. Нам надо сюда, да? Новый диалог.
So, time to visit the Ascalon Club.
Закрыто.
I cannot enter.
Хорошо. Ну-ка. А тут, может, открыто уже. А, уже открыто, да? Прикольно.
It's locked. That was the vampire I saw earlier. This war takes no prisoners. It's locked, all right.
Ого, 28-й, 27-й. Бля, у меня опыта нету, чтобы что-то качать. Как минимум надо 1003, блядь. Пиздец. Да, убивали. Спасибо, Марин. А там убиваешь, они, блин, потом респаются все везде. Допустим, где пробежал, там убил кого-то, а если убиваешь, тогда заново и мобы респаются. Да он первый раз, когда на вампиров на этих наткнулся, которые с мечами, сразу откис от них. Там их двое было. Так, тут я открыл. Так, подожди-ка, тут какой-то у нас... я походу понял. Что это, да?
I cannot enter.
Ага. Тоже заперто, да? Нет. Когда умираешь, нет. Ну, респаунится только что все и больше ничего. Так не теряешь ничего. В принципе, сюда, да? А это где это я открыл? Все понял, город. Угу.
The West End. Never have I felt so sad to be back home.
Так, а нам надо... Ага. Туда, это туда. Ну-ка, давай-ка пробежимся тут. Что тут? Тут меня не было.
Fresh water. As long as it's not holy water, I may find some use for it.
Ой, все, да? Для задания вода это. Вот он, да. 27. Прикольно. Я увернуться даже не успел. Прикольно. Ему даже урон копеечный наношу. «97». Прикольно. А, она еще меня и замедляет. Прикольно. Прикольно. Ну куда ты? Блядь. Прикольно. Я увернулся вообще-то, блядь. Ничего? Бля, да ш... Ну и что это? Давай, давай. Угу, давай, давай. Блять, я даже меч этот, блять, конченый улучшить не могу. Прикольно. Да, нахуй. Да. На, поешь. Крыса, блядь. Вот это уже плохо. Просто буду... А, стамина, бля. Ай, бля. Ну и что там с него? Блядь, даже не редко нихуя выпало. Так, нам надо... А, ну куда я... А, не, подожди. Поговорить с уставшим человеком и выяснить, как у него дела. Охереть, блядь. Так, тут я был, да? Тут я был. Давай потом туда. Да ну блин, ну несправедливо. Блять, 28-й, 27 уровень, я 20-й. И я улучшить не могу, потому что у меня всего 1815 опыта. Мне хотя бы 1003 надо. Суммарно, блин. Так, письмо. Да я даже вот эту пилу эту, блядь, конченую не могу. Да, и опыт хотя бы давали. А лут там, ну, тут максимум, что ценно, это из ресурсов там редкие ручки, хренючки, чтобы крафтить можно было, ну, улучшать ту же самую пилу, этот дробовик, либо пистолет. Ну, кол. Все. Это на кровотечение не улучшаю. Пойду покурю, сейчас вернусь. Да тут еще, видишь, в чем ситуация. Как бы денег не так уж и падает много. С тех же убитых мобов и тому подобное. И еще не со всех мобов падает дробля. Так, что он тут у нас за тип?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Do you need help, sir?
I think I'm fine. But what happened to my jailer? Be careful. He's as vicious as he is strong.
You don't have to worry about him anymore. What happened here?
I am Tadao Kimura. I was imprisoned by this lunatic for several days. I thought I was going to die here.
You're not going to die now, Mr. Kimura. If you hurry, you should be able to get home safely.
It seems that I owe you my life. You have all my gratitude, Dr. Reed, since it is the most precious thing I possess.
Здоровый.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura. Take care.
140 опыта. Пиздец, блядь, много. Так, мы погнали вокруг. Все, вроде я у него тут все почистил. Так, 1900 есть, да? Блять, по 87, по 93. Стаминки не хватает. Бля, сколько у вас тут, а? Ай, стаминка кончилась. Мразь. А, мне сжёг вообще все, да? Прикольно. С этим чесноком, блядь. Мудак нахуй. Так, а что у нас? 2000, да? Угу. Это можно убрать. Да, нам надо посмотреть, что тут. Да. Угу. Прикольно. Какой ты меткий, а? Да. Так, а что у нас? Да, их тут очень много, я так понял. Не, пока потом. Ну вот выпадает 3 монетки. 18. С трупа 18. А, подожди-ка. Ну ладно, это потом. А что тут?
It's locked, all right.
Угу.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Так, это я понял. Так, ту часть потом. Так. На этом будем к этой. А вот сюда я не ходил. По-моему. Ну-ка.
The Ascalon Club, the heart of British vampire society. Not quite as subtle as I expected. Good evening, sir. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I'm a doctor.
I never judge a man by his title, but by his attitude. And you are not disturbing me at all. I am Calhoun Russell, and I welcome you.
Well, I must admit, it's good to receive a warm welcome for once. I'm Jonathan Reed.
Welcome, Dr. Reed. Welcome to my humble shop.
Да, посмотрим, что он там продает. Вот это надо. По 88. 77, 88. Ну-ка. Они все здоровые. Как ни странно. Ну стой, стой. Не договорили мы.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
How is the situation in this part of town?
Life is good and peaceful. We're lucky to live in such an era of progress and wonders.
Are you not concerned about the epidemic?
Oh, I'm sure the authorities would take the appropriate measure if the danger were that high.
I'm afraid the newspapers are seriously underestimating the situation. Things are critical, believe me.
Well, that's news then. But I can't believe that things are that bad. Are you sure you're not exaggerating a bit? For the thrill of it?
What can you tell me about this place?
I recently found the best steak and kidney pie in the city. I'd be glad to share the address if you want.
Finding a good restaurant? Is that really all that interests you?
Oh, I have many passions.
Поесть любит,
But
ёпта.
nothing brings me ecstasy like subtle and exquisite flavors from my teeth to my belly.
I must confess, I have quite specific tastes when it comes to nutrition.
Really? Well, I'm always happy to try new exotic meals. If you ever find an intriguing table, please share the address.
Is it not a little too late to be trading?
On the contrary, it is the perfect hour. Believe me, my friend, it is always at night that you meet the most fascinating characters.
But what about the epidemic? The bombs and raids? And all the random violence?
Please, sir, this is London, England. We will prevail. And if a bomb must fall on my shop, then I'll be there to hear it falling.
So you prefer to work at night?
Oh, I also enjoy a sunny day like everybody else. But the night always has a certain je ne sais quoi of its own.
Do you have any family nearby?
Not since my parents died. I'm London's lone gourmet.
Really? But you seem to be such a pleasant and sociable fellow.
I'm afraid the real hedonist has to be sometimes. I discovered ecstasy as a solitary pleasure, but it does not mean it can't ever be shared.
London's lone gourmet. What a strange title.
I used that name in my early years when I was a food critic, and I kept it.
Так, больше ничего, ну.
I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Тут от него задание появилось, да? Угу. Так вот, потом мы сделаем все. Тут хоть... Блин, я не туда пошел. О. Флакон духов. С этой стороны. Не открыть, значит меня там не было. Ну да. Бля, на эту надо. Угу. Надо вот это. Минус. Отлично, так нам надо вот это. Да, оборотень, а дамочка там, она заразная, типа, блядь, заразу, видишь, распространяет, типа. Так. А, ну это я. Все, я понял, отсюда я пришел. Так. Это что у нас там? А, это что? Я не мог открыть с этой стороны. По-моему. Так. Или нет? Нет, нет. Это заперто то, что было. Вот он. Бля, опять это. Я понял. Бля. Ладно. Нихера на мне. Ну я ж ударил его, бля, этим колом, бля. Блять, заебало это. Ну вот это выносить. Она мне мешает. Блять, еще и это тут. Ну... Стамины нет. Крыса, блядь. Блять, ну чё он так стамину сжирает? Прикольно, блядь. Один ебал по спине. Вот эта крыса заебала нахуй. Сдохни, блядь. А, у него подпитаться чуть. Ну еще давай. Неужели, бля? Тут что заперто, блядь. Это чё? А это новый какой-то. А, она взрывается еще. Ёптать. Как это? Только это какая-то эволюционировала, да. Так. Хоть траву с нее. Хоть что-то. Тут тоже не открыть, да? Так, тут теперь бы не запутаться. Так, тут получается. А, нет, стоп. Здесь еще что-то. Это нам. А, ну. Все, я понял, походу, это через вот эту, да? Ага. Все, тогда все тут. Вот это вот, это тоже вампиры вот этих, которые я убиваю, которые прыгают там. Это типа самые низшие. Я забыл, как скали называют. А эконы это типа, ну, люди. Ну, он тех, он что сражался с теми. Не сказать, что они слабые, блядь. Особенно, когда если их двое. Так. А там у нас что? По прямой оттуда пришел. А, это дочка этой.
Wait, no. Why do you think I would... What?
Don't worry, Dr. Reed. I know you wouldn't harm me. Mother told me you were in this part of town and might drop by.
Your mother?
My name is Charlotte, sir. Charlotte Ashbury. My mother taught me long ago how to recognize the signs that betray a vampire.
I understand she also taught you how to tease and gently mock innocent young econs. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Charlotte. What do you think about this part of town?
I was raised here, and I suppose it feels like home. You grew up in this part of town too, did you not?
Yes, I was born a few streets away.
A small world, is it not? Did you ever imagine that my mother was your neighbor all that time? That you could have met her in a dark alley at night?
You won't trick me twice, young lady. We both know Lady Ashbury never hunts or attacks prey at random.
Come on, Doctor. Don't tell me you never thought about that possibility. Her fangs on your neck. Oh, are you blushing, Dr. Reed?
Is there something that's bothering you?
Too much selfishness and individualism for my taste. Even when there was no epidemic.
Even if that's partly true, may I remind you that many charitable institutions are financed by the selfish and filthy rich.
I suppose you're right. But society must reform and renew itself, or we are all done for.
Tell me about your adoption.
What do you want to know?
Who are your real parents?
Elizabeth Ashbury is my real mother. She raised me and has taken care of me all my life. I have no idea who my progenitors are or were.
Do you live with her?
I still
За отвагу медали ей дали.
mother's mansion, but I have my own house now. I have a life to live, you see. And one day, I'll have my death to face.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
First, I was an orphan in the institution for girls she manages in the West End. When I was 10, she adopted me, and I have lived with her ever since.
Did you know she was a vampire when she picked you?
The correct word is Econ, Doctor. And no, I had no idea why my mother only showed up at night. She told me everything when I turned 16, though I suspected the truth for a long time before that.
What are you doing out here?
You mean, what do I do outside at night, since I am a woman? Let me ask you a question, sir. Would you ask the same question of a man?
Actually, yes. I ask the same question to everyone who dares to go outside at night, considering the risks.
Well, if you must know, I campaign for the right to vote for all women. Why should I wait to the age of 30 years when men can vote at 21?
Are you a suffragette, then? Oh, you really are Elizabeth's girl. Without a doubt.
All adult women have the right to vote in the US, in New Zealand, and in Australia. But women here can't vote unless they are property owners.
No need to convince me, Miss Charlotte. I have shared your opinion for a long time. Even before I met Emmeline Pankhurst.
Really? Oh. Now I see why my mother appreciates you so much. Too bad there aren't more men like you in the vicinity.
How are the locals reacting to your claims?
People here can't wait for a wall to be built to isolate the West End from the rest of town. That's how progressive they are. If this happens, Emily and I will blow it up.
Explosives are very dangerous, young lady. And who is this Emily?
She is my best friend, and a suffragette too. She was supposed to campaign with me tonight, but hasn't turned up.
Have you any reason to be worried about her?
Recently, Emily started to believe in... well, she got interested in vampires. I'm afraid she might be in trouble.
Let me guess. You spoke to her about us, didn't you? Despite your mother's warning. I think I should try to find your friend.
Oh, that would be top-notch. I can tell you where she might have gone. You have my thanks, Dr. Reed. And please, don't tell my mother.
What exactly has your mother told you about me?
Your name and profession, obviously. And the mystery about your maker. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your sister, sir. Mother says it was not your fault.
Does it not scare you to know what I am? What your mother is?
Why should it? My mother is the most compassionate woman. Must I be wary of her, Dr. Reed? Or you?
Of course not. You have nothing to fear from me, or your mother.
Good to know. And don't worry, my mother told me everything I need to know about vampire tricks, their nature as well as features.
Your mother is not like any other vampire I've met.
I believe she thinks the same about you, Dr. Reed.
Do you know why Lady Ashbury chose you to become her daughter?
No, I don't. Each time I ask her that question, she smiles and says it's precisely because I dare to ask such questions.
Do you ever regret that she chose you?
Of course not. Though I often wonder if she adopted others before me. If so, where are they buried? How is it for them to pass through life with a never-aging mother?
Your mother has refused to turn you into a vampire. Tell me more about it.
Each time we argue, Mother expresses the same fear. She wants me to remain alive and full of joy, rather than become melancholy and immortal. She claims you can't have one without the other. It's pure selfishness.
It's your mother's choice. As daughters and sons, we have to accept the decisions our parents make for us despite our own wishes.
I love my mother, and have accepted everything from her. Even that she named me Charlotte, when it was not my original name.
Does it bother you?
No. Whoever I was when I was born,
I am now Charlotte Ashbury. It hurts as much as it makes me proud to know that's the name my mother will read on my tombstone.
Your mother has walked this earth for much longer than you or I. She is wise, and we should not ignore her advice when we disagree with it.
But why shouldn't I be allowed to forge my own experience? There can't be only one righteous way to deal with eternity.
Why do you still hope to become a vampire in spite of your mother's refusal?
It's the immortal aspect of vampires that interests me. The world won't improve unless women take charge. I'm convinced of that.
You're obviously a clever woman with a good education and a brilliant future. But have you thought about the price you'd have to pay? The loneliness, the necessary masquerade.
Is it not true of every high position? To change this world and make it a better place, one needs time on one side.
Все открыл вообще, отлично.
How do you plan to achieve eternal life, since you've obviously given it a lot of thought?
I won't give up. You have no idea how determined I am, sir. I may contract a deadly disease. I may throw myself under a carriage, just to be saved by her sweet kiss.
That's a disturbing answer, young lady. And the worst part of it is, I know you speak the truth.
There are less dangerous ways, Doctor. Instead of throwing myself under a horse like Emily Davison, I could just throw myself into your arms.
Stop playing this game at once, Charlotte. This is unworthy of you, of your mother, and of myself.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reed. Please forgive me. That was stupid.
Так вот.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Угу. Так, теперь нам надо что? Я хотел посмотреть вон там, что мигало. А плакат. И все, да? Это кто такой?
Good evening, sir. May I have your attention, please?
Come on, Johnny. Don't you recognize your oldest friend?
Clarence. Clarence Crossley. How are you? My God. So you survived the war too. So sorry I didn't recognize you at first.
I almost didn't recognize you either. War does that to men, I heard. In my case, it was true, for I witnessed the horror that lies underneath.
When did you escape the war and return to London?
You know what's funny? I almost never think about the war. Not anymore. I'm involved in another kind of battle now.
I know what you mean. I haven't had much time to think about the war either since my return.
Of course. With the epidemic, I bet you've been busy as well. Forgive me, Johnny, I didn't want to sound selfish.
What is this new battle?
I saw terrible things during the war. Horrors I thought I'd forget. They're here too. They're everywhere. Vampires.
How is your wife, Venus?
We've spent so much time away from each other. So many things have happened.
But you're alive. You returned in one piece and you have a family. How many soldiers can say the same?
Believe me, it's not quite that simple. Unlike you, I'm not the man I used to be.
Is everything all right at home? Surely Venus was relieved to see you return from France in one piece.
Have you forgot what people are like in this part of town, Johnny? Venus fears for our family reputation. Now her husband has become the village idiot.
Угу. Все, да? А, посмотреть надо. О, подлечить его надо.
It's a little late for visiting hours, don't you think?
What can I say? I haven't lost my old habits.
I hope we're talking about the same habits, old friend.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Так. Отсюда я пришел. Сюда не попасть.
It's locked, all right.
Ладно.
I'm sure Kaloon Russell has no interest in such a conventional menu.
Не понял. Так, надо вот тут метку поставить. Вот.
Good evening, miss. Can I help you? I'm a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I am Karina Billow. I don't need any doctor. The rats. Where are the rats?
Miss, you don't seem well at all. Are you afraid of rats? Has one bitten you?
No, it's me who bites them. Tasty, juicy, disgusting rats. I can't stop eating them.
Сумасшедшая.
Please, help me to disobey the voice.
What happened to you?
The rats. The answer hides in their little crunchy bones. Their juicy, tiny brains.
Miss Billow, please, try to concentrate. Why do you worry about rats so much?
The voice in my head. He forces me to do so. Drink their blood, he said. Eat their flesh.
Do you feel compelled to obey that voice, Miss Billow? Even if you're loath to submit to it?
Yes. Please. Help.
Tell me about the voice in your head. Who is it? Can you describe it? Is it someone you know? Someone you met?
Keep your mouth shut, he said. Don't ever speak about me, or I'll abandon you. Help me, please, Doctor.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Billow. What do you do for a living?
I'm hungry.
Походу вампир тоже.
Have you got something for me? Blood, perhaps? Can you give me blood, Dr. Reed?
Don't you remember who you are, miss? What you did for work?
I was strong, proud. I campaigned for good causes. But that was before. Before. It does not matter anymore. I'm so hungry.
What is the local news hereabouts, Miss Billow?
Shadows. Shadows hunting shadows. Whispers in the dark. Pestilence. Suffering. Death.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Так. Что тут у нас? Ага. Бочку пропустил. Патроны — это хорошо. И что, мне ничего не было? Прикольно.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jonathan, is that you? I did not know you were back in London. Oh, my dear Johnny, I'm so sorry for your loss. Mary was such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Venus. May I come in?
I was going to bed, actually.
А, 4-й уровень надо гипноза.
With the epidemic, I tend to forget people are supposed to sleep at night.
I'll tell you what. Come back tomorrow for tea. I'll be glad to see you then.
Так, это я куда вышел? Так. А где остальные тогда? Ну-ка, с той стороны что? О, 2700 уже опыта, я как-то и не заметил. Ну-ка, что тут? Убежище? А, открыть нельзя. Я понял. Зря бежал, да.
Do you know where you are standing right now?
In front of the Ascalon Club, I presume.
The Ascalon Club only summons or ostracizes. What is your business tonight?
I received an invitation. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, then, Dr. Reed. Please proceed. Lord Redgrave is waiting on you upstairs. Welcome to the Ascalon.
There has been quite a battle here.
Опа.
I'm sure the Ascalon Club
Пять
has the
монет.
money to replace the furniture. Так, ну тут типа эти ждут, да? Там давай глянем, что по той стороне.
Опа. Ну-ка, ну-ка. Сразу 3-го уровня. А что он? А, поглощение крови.
I cannot enter.
Так, сейчас покурю, вернусь. Сколько их там? Раз. Ой, бля. Покурил. Проверяю, бля. 4. 6 человек.
My good friends, if I may have your attention, behold our visitor, the good Dr. Reed, newborn of blood so pure and strong that even my friend Fergal Bansher was no match for him. Come forward, young Ekon, for we have so much to discuss. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. I am Lord Redgrave, Earl of Bristol and chairman of this exclusive association.
Lord Redgrave.
At last we meet. I've been eager to make your acquaintance. I've heard some astounding things about you. Please accept my condolences for your loss, Dr. Reed.
Thank you, my lord. Lady Ashbury expressed your wish to meet me.
Yes. The lady has always been a useful acquaintance, though not always reliable. Is she a good friend of yours?
She's a close friend, and I'm honored that she feels the same about me.
The centuries have taught me never to trust a woman completely, especially if she is a mortal. Too prone to emotions, if you ask me. Too fickle when it comes to important decisions.
My lord, do not expect me to speak ill of Lady Ashbury.
Of course not, and I praise your loyalty. Would you offer the same fidelity to the Empire?
What do you mean?
I speak of the Skull Plague that threatens London and the country. You have been on the front line in the East End, but the time has come to open up a second front here.
The epidemic has escaped the quarantine. You have new cases of the outbreak.
We don't know for certain, but we cannot allow the disease to threaten the prominent heads of Great Britain.
Why are you suddenly so friendly? The last time I met one of yours, he tried to kill me.
Are you referring to Fergal? He was the most useful of servants, but he was just a servant. You, on the other hand, Doctor, proved yourself much more worthy.
You want me to find possible sources of the outbreak in the West End? Is that it?
Ah, straight to the point, like all eager newborns. We shall have time to talk about all this, Dr. Reed, but first, I should like to get to know you better.
Talk? Is that the only reason you asked me here?
Well, no. I also wanted to meet the intriguing Ekon, who made such a powerful progeny of his sister. You have not learned the name of your maker, am I correct?
No, I haven't.
Have no embarrassment, Dr. Reed. We all make mistakes. But whatever your lineage, you are definitely Ascalon material.
What do you mean?
I would like you to become a member of the Ascalon Club, and to serve me as such.
Before I accept, I have so many questions.
Please ask.
What does it mean to be a member of the Ascalon Club?
It means that you swear to protect the interests of the Crown, that you become a loyal servant of the British Empire.
Do you have any official recognition from the government? A charter from His Majesty the King?
No. Of course, the Ascalon Club publicly supports the Empire, but the true nature of its members remains a secret.
Am I supposed to follow orders?
As founder and chairman of the club, I alone am entitled to make demands of our members, and I do appreciate obedience.
What is the Ascalon Club's express purpose?
We follow the credo of William Marshall, the greatest knight who ever lived. As was he, we are sworn to protect the British Empire.
What does Ascalon mean?
Ascalon was the lance wielded by St. George, glorious patron saint of England when he slew the dragon. And like that lance, we pierce the hearts of all our nation's enemies.
William Marshall founded the Ascalon Club.
Not exactly. William Marshall granted me immortality, and I founded the club a few years later. The good knight has been gone for so long.
I killed Fergal, who claimed to be one of yours, sent to cleanse the East End of all Skulls. Will his death be an issue?
Do not worry. My priorities have changed. Fergal was a zealous servant of mine, but like any servant, he had his limitations and is readily replaced if necessary.
I agree to join the club.
This is good news. Good news indeed in these crucial times. Let's inform the Assembly formally and proceed with your initiation.
My initiation?
Fear not. Nothing fancy nor dangerous. It is just that we, the members of Ascalon, believe that tradition and custom are the backbone of this country. My fellow members, dear friends, please gather and welcome this Econ as one of our own.
Is he worthy? Is his blood pure?
Well, speak, Dr. Reed, in front of the most sacred blood. The blood of our beloved William Marshall. Speak now. Will you serve and protect the crown as he did?
Yes, I will.
Then, young Econ, it is time to testify with your blood. It is time to sign the Book of Allegiance. I know it's awfully gothic and a tad pedantic, but England's traditions are the backbone of our nation. Delightful. Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed. Take your place among the bearers of the lance.
One of us! One of us!
И где-то этот копьеносец, блядь. Блядь, он с костылем еле ходит, блядь. Так, с ним поговорить.
I personally went patrolling last night in the West End, and I spotted at least 2 foreign econs. This is an outrage. We shall chase these intruders down.
I was chased by a gigantic Valcon 2 nights ago. I thought it was Fergal coming back, but no. That creature barely spoke English.
О, 3200. Это хорошо.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. How does it feel to be this evening's centerpiece? Figuratively.
Так, пока на этом останавливаюсь, пойду покурю, сейчас вернусь. Да хрен его знает, может ему, блин, 1000 лет, бля, уже. Уже все. Давай так.
It's quite unsettling. As a doctor, I am more used to being the observer than the subject observed.
Do not be alarmed.
Ну по нему не скажешь, что он, да, вампир.
Tested policy for choosing its initiates.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Why would you be interested?
Well, as you seem to be the only man in the room with a beating heart, you
ну
draw
да.
a bit of attention yourself.
Ah, vampire senses never cease to fascinate me. They dwarf those of mere mortals. I am Aloysius Dawson, by the way.
Are you a member of the club?
Yes, I am. And I have been for many years. And will be until the day I die.
What can you tell me about it?
It's not really my place to give you such information. I am merely a mortal member, and a dying one.
Are you sick?
Personally, I consider my advancing years are a sickness in itself. My body is slowly abandoning me, Dr. Reed.
Are you not afraid? You are surrounded by vampires.
Sir, it's for that very reason that I joined the club in the first place.
Is not the nature of this club a secret shared by only a privileged few?
My dear Dr. Reed, I have spent years and a fortune precisely to gather that kind of information.
So you asked for membership?
I have been a member of many clubs in many countries. But I must admit, this one is my favorite.
What can you tell me about Lord Redgrave?
I would not dare speak of our chairman without his consent.
Mr. Dawson, of Dawson and Dawson, the wealthiest man in England. It is a pleasure to meet such a prominent figure of London.
A withering London figurehead, to be precise.
Are you sick, Mr. Dawson? I am a doctor, you know.
My case is beyond the scope of traditional medicine. I have spent fortunes on the world's most competent doctors to arrive at that diagnostic conclusion.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I suppose that you're here in search of some form of immortality?
Absolutely not. I'm here to implement my plan to save the city I was born in. To cast out the ghastly evil that has us all on our knees.
What do you know about the Guard of Prewin?
I should not say this, but I admire their commitment. This is what the nation needs right now.
But they are our enemies.
They are not mine, Dr. Reed.
Would you help them?
No. There is a time for such methods. But brute force will not be enough to fight this plague. We have to think differently.
What is the situation like in this part of town?
I am sure Lord Redgrave will enlighten you more effectively than I.
Money cannot solve every problem. This mysterious epidemic is going to require more than money can buy.
You're right. Money is nothing unless one has the will to wield it. I have a plan, sir. A radical one that will save all that is essential in London.
What is your plan, then?
Quarantine and barricades are futile. What we need is a wall. A formidable, unscalable wall to isolate the deserving from the infected masses.
Давай так.
Complete isolation has proven effective throughout history, but the death toll has always been a high one.
I am glad you understand the concept of necessary sacrifice.
Are you not mistaking sacrifice for summary execution?
Why do you care? Are you not a vampire? Removed from all mortal concerns? Decisiveness is what the city needs, and it needs it now.
Так. Что у нас тут? Ага.
Welcome to the Ascalon
That went well, did it not? It is always useful to bolster the troops' morale, especially before a difficult battle.
You have the makings of a general, my lord.
I was, though very long ago, well, not quite a general, but a proud defender of the crown.
So why did you really want to meet me?
Straight to the point again, young Ekon. All right, let's talk, you and I, Lance Sparrow.
I'm listening, my lord.
According to my spies, you have worked with Dr. Edgar Swansea on the epidemic, and your findings were quite alarming.
Do you know Edgar Swansea?
Not personally, but I've been told he has some sort of immortal fetish and is a good friend of yours.
Does it bother you that I consider him my good friend?
As long as you reveal nothing of the club's inner workings, why should I forbid you engaging in conversation with the good Dr. Swansea?
You were spying on me?
Not personally. I rarely leave this building. But once he found you, Fergal kept me informed. Until you put an end to his mission.
Who was Fergal? I don't see him sipping tea with the others in the club.
Fergal Banshire was my squire of sorts. Even before becoming that magnificent beast, he was a brute. He served me well for decades.
No, I mean, what was he? He was clearly no ordinary vampire.
No, he was a Volcod. All muscles and instinct. Quite the rare breed. Ferociously territorial. Mortals often mistake them for werewolves.
You do know I killed him.
Yes.
Will you bear ill will towards me for his death?
Of course not. Your victory was quite impressive and courageous. You earned my respect.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm convinced the recent invasion of frenzied Scals in London is directly linked to the epidemic. This is not the Spanish flu, but something else.
I would be glad to hear more of your discoveries, Dr. Reed, but for now, my main concern is the security of London's inhabitants, both mortal and immortal.
What do you mean?
Alarmed by the epidemic, the Guard of Prewen has started a war against us British vampires. To appease the situation, we must eradicate the Scals.
I have met peaceful and wise Scals. To exterminate them means we are no better than vampire hunters.
Scals are hideous, shameful creatures that give all Ekon a bad name.
So, what do you want me to do?
I want you to investigate the city thoroughly. I have reason to fear there are cases of contagion in this part of town. Our absolute priority is to find and cleanse them.
And how would you like me to proceed?
By all means necessary, Dr. Reed. You are now a member of the Ascalon Club, and you have carte blanche. Interrogate the locals, follow all the leads you find, and get results.
Мой гипноз, мой опыт дали. Так. Да, ну там я был. Ну как-то я пропустил, да.
It's locked.
Welcome to the Ascalon Club, Dr. Reed.
Так. А, это мне тут надо их искать, да? Угу.
I think what Redgrave just suggested I was sired by an ancient vampire.
Ну, 400. Отлично.
Why are vampire hunters sniffing around here? I need to find out what they're after.
Еще лучше, блядь. Прикольно, блядь. Пиздец нахуй. Охуенно. Я только вошел, блядь, дура ты тупая нахуй. Да, блядь. Уебище, блядь, ебаное. Шнырюга ебучая, блядь. Блять, и эта крыса сзади пришла, блять, заебала нахуй. Уебище с посохом нахуй. Блять. Иди нахуй, сука, мразь нахуй. Ну как? Бля, он стрелял вообще в сторону, нахуй. А, он меня шотнул, да? Охуенно, ёптать. Долбоёбы, блядь. Заебись, стреляет мимо меня, попадает, блядь. Ебануться, нахуй. Заебись, нахуй. Иди нахуй, блядь. Такой ты, блядь. На, поешь. Да, да, конечно. Ты ж попадешь, блядь. Ну да, 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 да. Ну, как ты не попал, блядь? Ты ж, блядь, снайпер, нахуй. Блядь, стамина кончилась. И сейчас не попал. Странно. Смерть, блядь. Кто тут? Это я уже отдалился, бля. Тут не будет ни хера.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Not really. Wait, now that you mention it, I don't see the McPhersons in my favorite restaurants. They love delicate meals too, you understand.
Thank you. It may be nothing, but I'll investigate anyway. Where do they live?
They have a house in the southern part of the district, somewhere north of the railway bridge. There is a courtyard, if I remember rightly.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Support the equality between men and women.
Good evening, Miss Ash.
And good...
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
A few days ago, I spotted a strange house while campaigning for women's suffrage. Awful smell. No answer when I knocked.
Where is it?
It's the Mullaneys, a nice family who live in a big house near the park in the eastern part of this neighborhood.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Где этот еще?
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
Clarence, why have you distributed leaflets about vampires all across the West End?
I have to warn everybody about them. They've killed thousands of people already, unnoticed thanks to the epidemic. We are all in danger here.
Vampires in London? Come on, Clarence. Who's going to believe that?
I'm not mad, Jonathan. You have to believe me. I know they are real. They're all around us, even as we speak.
Clarence, you've always been a reliable and a good friend to me. If you say you saw a vampire, then I believe you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for your trust. You don't know what that means to me.
It's all right. But if you want my help, you have to explain exactly what happened.
The first time it was in Rouen. I saw an officer drink the blood of a soldier. I saw its teeth, saw it bite. It was a vampire, Johnny, and they're here too.
Так, вот.
Tell me what you have discovered about vampires, Clarence.
They've always been here. And if you search for long enough, you realize others know about these devils too. I'm not alone.
Have you shared your research with anybody else?
No. But I've published my leaflets all across the city, hoping that someday someone will realize I'm printing the truth.
What do you mean you're not alone? Who have you met?
The Guard of Prewin, the Brotherhood of St. Paul Stole, Ichabod Throgmorton. Those names always pop up when you dig deep enough.
Have you spoken with any of them?
No. With the quarantine, it's almost impossible to leave the West End. But as a doctor, maybe you could, Johnny.
Are you asking me to help you prove the existence of vampires, Clarence?
Yes, Johnny. Please, gather all the information you can find about vampires and bring it to me. You're the only friend I have left. I need you.
Clarence, tell me about the vampire you saw in France.
I was enjoying my leave in Rouen. I left the bar, took a shortcut back to the barracks. I saw it in a back alley. An officer in a stained uniform, biting into a soldier's neck.
But you were drunk, weren't you? Are you sure these two men were not just kissing?
Please don't insult me, Johnny. I hid, and I saw him leave. Then I saw the body, drained of all blood. I've seen the same marks here in London since I've returned.
Did you ever see that officer again?
No. He wore the uniform of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment. I did some research, but found no trace of him. He probably stole it from a previous victim.
Так, одна, да, осталась. Да, одна тут. И тут одна.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Can you help me?
Infection is everywhere these days. But if you ever go to the park near that swanky house belonging to the Mullaneys...
Yes? What about the Mullaneys? What about their house?
Not enough noise for a big family with children. Not enough movement. Closed doors. What is going on in there?
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Тут. Угу. Хотел глянуть. Отслеживать. Это... Ага. Ну, в принципе, можно сейчас сделать.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?
Infection. Infection. The rats carry it, I heard. Rats. Rats. Many rats around that big house. Funny smell too. Dead flesh.
And where is this house?
West of the park. Not very far. A big house with no sound, no light, no life left.
I must go now. Goodbye, Miss Billow.
Угу. Так, а где я еще эту ходил девчулю в доме? А, внизу тут, по-моему. Нет. Правильно было метку поставить. А, по-моему, в закутке. А, вот в этом, наверное, доме. Да.
Hello again, Venus.
Jonathan, you're still up. Can't you just knock at people's doors during the day?
I'm sure you can spare me a few minutes. For old time's sake.
Of course you may enter, Jonathan. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
Так, что тут у тебя есть? Охереть, блядь.
It's locked, all right.
Так, все вроде тут, да? А вон еще шкаф пропустил.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Venus.
So you returned from the war in one piece too. Thank God. My Clarence is back home too.
How is the old rascal?
Probably outside, chasing ghosts and chimeras. Clarence has changed a lot since he returned from the war, you know.
How have you been since the last time we met? How long has it been? 3 years now?
I've done my duty, like all British women. You have no idea what it was like to wait for months without knowing if I'd still be a wife or a widow.
I understand. Luckily, this part of town has been saved from the worst of the bombings, from what I've seen.
Yes, and it's also true about the epidemic. The flu has killed here too, of course, but not on such a large scale as in other parts of town.
Have you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood recently?
You mean except for your return to town? No. Oh, and again, Jonathan, please accept my condolences for your sister.
Thank you, Venus. It was so sudden. And I've been so busy, I haven't spoken to anyone about it.
I wish I could have assisted at the funeral, but you know, it's been so quick. And what with the epidemic in the streets?
There's no need to apologize, my dear. It's normal, considering the circumstances.
No, it's not. I am sure that Clarence has not even thought to present you his condolences. He is too busy with his penny dreadful stories.
Why is my return so surprising?
It's more an unexpected happy end than a surprise. You and Clarence, back from the war. You have no idea how hard it's been for me.
Venus, why do you worry so much about your family's reputation?
Everyone laughs at Clarence now. And they avoid me because they believe I share his insane opinions. I'm a leper in my own community.
Tell me about Clarence's obsession with vampires.
It drives me so crazy it makes my stomach hurt. I was so relieved to have him back. But I quickly realized he'd lost his mind in France.
I understand your irritation, Venus. But you have to accept the trauma Clarence endured on the battlefield.
The question is simple, Jonathan. Is my husband mad? Yes or no? Do vampires exist? Or is Clarence a lunatic?
So you don't believe Clarence?
If poor Mary, bless her soul, had tried to convince you of the existence of bloody vampires, would you have believed her? Seriously?
The important question is, what do you really think of your husband?
I'm tough, Jonathan. He should have told me the horrors he witnessed, however appalling it was, instead of inventing a fantasy about blood-drinking monsters.
What do you think about Clarence squandering his fortune on his obsession?
Soon we'll be poor, and forced to sell the house. Where will we go? In which filthy, infected part of town will we end up? I'm so afraid.
Так, тут ничего, тут тоже так.
I'm investigating the source of the epidemic in this district. Have you noticed anything unusual?
The McPhersons.
I heard they locked themselves in their own house.
They could just be afraid of getting sick.
Perhaps you're right. But if I were you, I'd pay them a visit. A big house, reachable through a courtyard, to the north of the railway bridge.
Goodbye for now.
Так.
Always welcome here. But at this hour of night?
Теперь нам надо... А где ее искать-то? А, в закутке? Блять, надо было через ту дверку. Я понял. Так.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's... Emily wanted to become a vampire. Something must have gone wrong. Someone is responsible for this mess. But who?
Ну, кровь какая-то, ёпта. Ну, а что дальше? А, вот.
Blood. I should follow the trail.
Сюда? А, вот он.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and I strongly invite you to find your own game, sir.
I appreciate the invitation, but I'm here to solve the mystery concerning the death of a young woman killed by a vampire.
A young woman killed by a vampire? Oh, you're joking, right? Oh, I do love the British sense of humor.
And who exactly are you?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Florimond de Marquis de Bois-Colombes, at your service, my dear cousin.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider myself a traveler of this world. So many countries, so many tantalizing tastes.
Dear cousin, are we related?
We could be of the same blood, my dear. I tend to consider all Econs as family, don't you?
What are you doing here?
I recently decided to visit London. I've always dreamed of visiting a city on the verge of collapse. Such a delicate, yet intense spectacle.
You take pleasure from others' misery.
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the day I was reborn, sir. And probably before.
What do you plan to do here?
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Believe me, I won't be the only foreign immortal who bought a ticket to the fair.
I followed the trail of blood from her room to here.
Oh, you're referring to that young woman. Yes, the meeting turned messy. I'm afraid I ruined my last redingote.
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir. I only regret the blood of that girl staining my clothes. Oh, blood can be so messy.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us. Not the first time I have received such a proposal, but I must admit her direct approach tempted me.
And then what?
The body rejected my blood. It happens, you know, sometimes even with voluntary prey. At least her gurglings brought me some fun, until the artery burst.
Блядь, ну тут спорная хуйня. Давай
I
так.
believe you, sir. Emily's diary confirms your statement.
Oh, Emily was her name. Quite charming. Well, mystery solved then.
Yes, I suppose so. You can go.
And so can you. Farewell, sir. May you enjoy the spectacle of this fallen city as much as I do.
It could be someone you know. Even someone you're close to.
Support the equality between...
Good evening.
And good evening.
I have found out what happened to your friend, Emily.
I can handle the truth. There's no need to hide the bloody details.
Your friend was planning to become a vampire. She thought she'd met an honest one and made a deal with him. Unfortunately, Emily did not survive the process.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned. I often suspected she exaggerated the danger to avoid me being tempted.
No, the risk is real. Have you any idea what a body has to endure? To become an organism entirely consumed by its need to process and recombine blood.
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. never thought she'd actually try it without me. Thank you, sir. Here, take this for your discretion.
Нихуя себе.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
Ну-ка. Назад. Пиздатый, по-моему, да? 35. 28. Ну да. Так. Нам надо... А, еще ебать, сколько их нахуй найти надо. Так, нам надо... Вот это следующее. Это где? Статьи. Блять. В этой части и тут. Ну пошли тогда сюда сходим.
This is despicable.
Бля, опять этот. Так, а это... Не пойму. А где он, этот ресторан, ебаный в рот? А, я еще не дошел. Ёптать. Где-то тут, да?
I'm sure Kaloon Russell has no interest in such a conventional menu. I have this thirst for blood.
Так, и последний вот тут, да? Угу. Погнали туда. Так, это мне сейчас назад надо вернуться. Ты попадешь ты, блядь, сегодня.
It's locked, all right.
Как... вон. Блять, ты попадешь сегодня или нет, блять? Инвалид, блять, какой-то, нахуй. Хорошая двухстволка. 38. Наверное, это надо на верстаке смотреть.
More braille. I should bring this to Mason Swanborough.
Так. Угу.
It's locked.
О, прикольно. На. Блять. Блять, забыл про эту хуйню. На. А это как? Что, блядь? Было еще, блядь, хп, ну, нормально, блядь. Хуяка сдох чего-то. Бля, я похуй, нахуй. Ты хуй ты тупой, блядь. Ладно. Пизду. Где там кафе, блядь? Найти выдающийся ресторан. Ну, это можно убрать уже. Поставить вот здесь. Пиздец, блядь. Блядь, заебись, эти все резнулись. Выебись, ебучий нахуй. Ну вот это не ресторан, правильно? Это магазин. И где этот ресторан, блядь? На, блядь. Ну, шо он не взял, блядь? Нихуя не пойму, где этот ресторан, ну? Блять, нет, это не то. Вот это ж нет. А, вот он, да?
A restaurant where the guests
Да.
are blindfolded before being seated. Intriguing.
Отлично. Так, блин. Так, пойду покурю, сейчас вернусь. Даже не туда, туда. Пробежал 100 раз после, вернее, после этой вывески, блин. Вернее, мимо этой вывески, блин. Язык заплетается. Так, сначала мы ту ликвидируем. Вот она. Угу. Лютая дама. Хотел глянуть, а тут рядом заданий нету ни у кого больше. А выполнено, это не нашел еще. Ёпта. Нихер, опять это, да? Угу. Это надо ликвидировать. Ну, я понял. Нихера. Ну, блядь, нет. Пизду нахуй. Чмо, блядь. Не понял. Ага. Блядь, да иди ты нахер, блядь. Заебал нахуй. Блять, ну и куда ты? Ой, блять. Угу. Да я понял, блять, попасть даже не может, нахуй, у него, блять, перед лицом он стоит. Ну там, блядь. Тридцатого. Охуеть. Заебись. Заебись. Я даже не успел встать, ты меня убила, блядь, мразь, нахуй. Охуенно, блядь. На, поешь. Угу. Да-да-да. Блять.
Dare you interfere with my hunt? You're bleeding. Don't you know better? You're mine. You cannot win this. Stupid. You're mine.
Все. Нихуй тут, блядь. Ага, значит, это... И что тут? Ничего нету. А, вон, мелькает свет. Наверное, тут, наверное, и закончу. Как раз. Так что убежище, я думаю, ну да.
There has been a fight here. I can see a blood trail. Left by one of the antagonists, perhaps? What a mess. Something terrible happened here. But what?
Даже я не пойму, а. А, все, я понял. Так, а что у нас тут? Не хватает. Ну ладно. А, вот я хотел глянуть. Синий, да? Сколько? 432. Оглушение. Блять, тут не выбрано. Блять, тут хуй с ним, давай так. Не хватает там. Так. Все, на максималку. Выносливость на максималку. Не хватает. $900. Не хватает. Чуть все равно как-то по здоровью. Шляпа. Короче, ладно, это потом. Какой уровень получился? Вот второй, да? Понятно. Ладно, спасибо, кто смотрел. Встретимся уже завтра. На сегодня все. Всем спасибо. Всем пока.